unemployed, how quickly can we get them back placed into a comparable job? And obviously, you can imagine that if that's the way the system is set up, it perpetuates cycles of poverty, and so it's something that's why the governor's focus has been on apprenticeships in particular. Apprenticeships are employment; it's a form of employment, and when people don't have to choose between investing in themselves, getting trained, being able to command better wages and opportunities, and making a living, when they don't have to deal with that trade-off, that's of a very significant value. And that's why the administration and our focus has really been focused on apprenticeships, and especially when it comes to young people, pre-apprenticeships, getting them that exposure, destigmatizing these vocational pathways. But the other thing I'll say regarding on the technology side, cybersecurity obviously is an area of great growing demand, is that we really need to look at the workforce being trained in these skill sets throughout inland California as well. The workforce is disproportionately, obviously, in these tech and coding, computer science spaces, is centered around the coastal communities. And so we really know that from a demand standpoint, again, and insulating for as a future-proof kind of a careers, that we need to expand the base of people that are engaged, interested, and wanting to participate in these career opportunities. So Raj, I'm not sure if there's anything else you want me to elaborate on.
We have a couple of questions, Angelo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my name is Steve Curiel, and I'm the principal for Huntington Beach Adult School, working in the adult education, kind of in between K-12 and community colleges area, and also sit on the board for our Orange County Workforce Development Board. So nice to meet you virtually. Mm-hmm. Question about the governor's executive order, the Freedom to Succeed Act. Has the board been involved in that? I would assume that you guys are going to be involved in that and have some input and guidance to provide whatever work is being done in that area.
Absolutely. So on the state workforce board, the state superintendent Tony Thurman is a colleague on the board. The chancellor of the California Community Colleges is a colleague on the board. So it's already structurally set up for us to have representation from these different facets within education, to have those coordinated discussions. But I think this executive order hopefully will create a bigger sense of urgency, because candidly, the workforce system, from the federal perspective, it was already intended to do this. It's just in practice, it doesn't happen because the incentives from a funding standpoint, autonomy, because there's trade-offs involved in being aligned with a cohesive vision among educational stakeholders, or compared to just doing something on your own. There's trade-offs involved. And so people have to be incentivized to doing that. Obviously, with an executive order, it's still not something that can force people to do things in terms of performance and accountability. Accountability is probably the better way of putting it. I'm still, concerned about the level of accountability associated with this, but the more that we can create that sense of urgency and bring these discussions to the forefront. Anecdotally, I'm getting some good feedback from some of these other stakeholders, but it's very difficult and time consuming to coordinate among these kinds of agencies. I'm hoping that we will have more traction through this effort, but the State Workforce Board will absolutely be a part of that.
Good morning, Angelo. Hi, my name is Israel Dominguez. I'm the Director of Economic and Workforce Development at Saddleback College. And I just wanted to say we speak the same language, in the sense that what you described is everything that we're doing at Saddleback College. We partner with the three workforce development boards here in Orange County. and we provide a lot of incumbent worker training. We partner with industry, and we apply for a lot of workforce development grants. And the emphasis on those grants is to both create work-based learning opportunities for students to give those skill sets that you described and alluded to earlier. And we also have a number of apprenticeship programs that we have started and will continue to develop for the same purposes of giving individual skill sets so they're marketable. And we've also registered a number of our career education programs on the eligible training provider list, which I'm sure you're familiar with the applying through iTrain. And actually, we're probably one of the only colleges in Orange County that's done that already. So our emphasis is really on focusing on both workforce development and economic development, and we're really passionate about what we do. And I think we're actually, Saddleback College is rather unique because we're way ahead of other colleges in Orange County in this type of initiative. So I just want to share that with you.
No, thank you. And you guys are definitely on the radar of our state stakeholders as well. And I think it's fantastic how effective you guys have been, working in that coordinated fashion. Thank you.
If I can ask a quick question, Angelo. So I know from previous conversations with you that technology is something that you look at very closely. I'm wondering if you have thoughts from your vantage point about specific technologies such as virtual reality, mixed reality, AI. I know we've talked about coding, but just kind of, do you have?
Yeah. So, I think there's a number of things that are very interesting that can emerge out of this. And not all of these things I think are given the kind of attention that I think that they deserve. For example, we, even with an economy that's the tax revenues are declining, like I alluded to the state budget earlier, the fact that we have still a relatively low unemployment rate, I think has been a key factor in sustaining the overall economy. But what that also means is that the labor force participation rate, the number of people overall that are seeking to be a job or employed, is lacking in terms of its potential, especially post-pandemic. And so the reason I bring all that up related to VR is that that's an underrated part of the value of what AR could provide in a workforce for the workforce development system is, could that expand the labor force participation rate? People who have disabilities, could they potentially have more flexibility to enter into the workforce? Elderly, people with health challenges, could this be a way of engaging them back into the workforce? And so, I think all of those things are relevant. I think from a standpoint of cost, of customer, the ability to customize different options, accessibility to all people, and convenience of trading opportunities, because again, in a tight labor market and the economic conditions we're in, it's going to take that kind of innovation to expand the value of our human capital.
Thank you so much. Those are actually exactly the things that a couple of the presenters here are working on. So we have some researchers from UCI here. They'll talk later in the day. And then our next speaker, I know, thinks very deeply about these. So thank you so much for taking the time today to speak with us and sharing your perspective.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. It's my pleasure. Take care.
Okay, so our next speaker is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Lisa Masciantonio is the Chief Workforce Officer at ARM, which is Advanced Robotics for Manufacturing. I've had the pleasure of working with Lisa for a few years. In a male-dominated field of robotics, Lisa is dedicated to the vital mission, empowering and training U.S. manufacturing workers to proficiently engage with robotics and artificial intelligence. Lisa is acknowledged as a prominent figure in the robotics industry earning international recognition from SME as one of the 20 exceptional women in robotics and automation. And she'll talk to us about scaling new workforce solutions for the U.S. industrial base. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Raj. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share my screen. I have a short set of slides that I'd like to talk to as we have our conversation. And I am thrilled to be here. And I want our conversation to be the start of many. I think we're all in this together as far as driving the workforce challenges with the solutions that we all bring to bear. So if you've got questions, feel free to hold up your hand and stop me, and I will try to get through everything as quickly as possible. So we do have time at the end for any kinds of questions that you might have. So as Raj said, I'm with the ARM Institute, and we are one of 17 national institutes that were stood up under a larger group called Manufacturing USA. And the overall goal is to revitalize manufacturing in the United States, reshore things that have been offshored for a number of years, and really focus on how do we help our manufacturers from small through large to be as productive as they can, bringing forth nationwide perspectives to help them do better day in and day out, improve their throughput. Of those 17, there are many different focuses. So we've got some focused on bio and regenerative, recycling, the energy side of the house. We've got lightweight metals, we've got additive. Ours happens to be focused on robotics, automation, and artificial intelligence. So you can imagine across the sphere of what you see happening in manufacturing, we're pervasive across all of the other institutes with whom we work. I could spend all day talking about Manufacturing USA, but I want to get to the meat of our topic of how we all can work together, and what the metaverse is, as Raj described early on, brings to our workforce and the capabilities and where things are evolving. So we focus these challenges in 3 different ways. One is through our ecosystem of subject matter experts, and SimInsights is one of our very close collaborators. And you can think of it as us being the catalyst for pulling these technical experts and the work that they're doing, helping them to catalyze and innovate with other experts. And then how do we get it out there into broad transition? That's one of the core fundamental focuses of our ecosystem. And we've got about 420 organizations in our consortia right now. We also have the technology development where we're making sure we're lowering the barrier for these manufacturers to include automated decisions, because as you all know, the workforce is scarce and some of the jobs are dirty, dull, dangerous. People simply don't want to do them. So the technology needs to evolve so that our manufacturing environment can be as strong as it possibly can. And my focus is to make sure that the workforce stays on pace with those technology changes. And when you've got a deficiency and the number of people or a skills misalignment, that we help people to either fill those roles or help the manufacturers to automate those roles if you can't get people to do it. So in a nutshell, as we talk today, think of this third bucket here on how we help to enable the workforce for our manufacturers to stay on top of those technology changes. All right, so addressing the robotic workforce challenges. I'm not going to go through all of the lists that you see on the right, but that's a narrow set of things that as a national institute, our consortia and our government sponsors felt that we ought to be tackling. And in general, if you wanted to bundle that into one sentence, the US workforce is not being prepared because we walked away from manufacturing for so long. And the technology is coming back, but the workforce isn't staying on pace. So you typically think of a manufacturing worker coming out of a community college. And the community colleges across the country are phenomenal. I am not saying that they are not doing the best that they are to produce this workforce. However, we've got a situation that there is a prediction that we are going to need upwards of 2.5 million people to fill this the workforce shortage for our manufacturers. And that's only the manufacturing shortage. You can imagine other sectors also are suffering from that same problem. So if we've got about 1,100 community colleges across the country, and each one of them is graduating 100 people, and 100% of those 100 people are getting into manufacturing, we still are not going to tackle that problem for another 20 years. So we really need to think of ways that we, as the benefactors of the manufacturing output, and people who know how to train and assess people differently, can come together to help feed into this big problem in new and different ways. So yes, we need new students. Yes, we need to retrain displaced workers. Yes, we need to upskill the incumbent workers. And there are different ways that we can do it. Diversifying that workforce, finding these innovative ways that I'm going to talk about for the next few minutes, retrain and upskill the workforce quickly. People can't wait 2 to 4 years for them to get trained. We need to really start to look at how do we expand the advanced manufacturing training outside of the community college programs, getting them into the high schools, doing some rapid training. So think of all of those things as a subset of the challenges that Raj and his team and my team have been focusing on the last couple of years. So we were faced with a challenge from the Office of the Secretary of Defense. We had worked with the people in the military installations and people across the supply chain to the military. And one of the complaints of the individuals were, hey, I've been doing this job for 7 years and I know how to do it, but there are people coming in making more money than me because they are coming in with a credential. For me to get that credential or that resume builder, I've got to now step away from work that I already know how to do, go back and get some kind of degree or a micro credential to put my name out there so I can make more money and move forward in my career pathways. And most of these people, they don't have time or money to enlist just to get that badge, to get that credential. And so we were challenged to help to understand, is there a way using a virtual method that we were able to assess their skills and give a thumbs up to their employer that they know what they're doing and possibly give them that credential without having to go through the classes. So when I talk about our competencies, this is a robotics competency framework that we built with our ecosystem. This is open for anybody to see. I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time, but in a perfect world, we would be able to use a variety of methods, not just virtual reality, all of the extended reality components to train and assess people on these and other skills and competencies. The world isn't there yet entirely, but we want to bite off some digestible chunks, and that's the work that we've been doing with Raj and his team. So the program goals were to create a proof of concept, to be able to watch somebody go into a work cell through a virtual means and make sure that they could diagnose the problem, make sure that they're able to go through the proper channels. They don't electrocute themselves. They don't break the robot. They don't have a power outage for everybody. And then ultimately fix the problem and get everything back to ground zero. And a component that would be able to scale to other competencies in a very easy, sensible way, as well as to be able to scale to other sectors or other parts of manufacturing USA. That was the challenge that they laid down for us. And so I'm really excited to report that it was a wild success. So what our team, which SimInsights was leading, was able to create a scenario. And we decided to use virtual reality. But as I said, I think that there are other technologies that could be brought to bear depending on the problem that we were looking at. So the individual is able to go in, and there's a back and forth set of questions where they detect and diagnose what the problem is. As they go through and they start to troubleshoot, there will be hints and tips that come up to make sure that they guide into the next phase of solving this problem. The results are tested through the virtual means, and then ultimately, once they have declared success, there is some performance metrics. I'm sure if anybody wants to see the video or a live demo at another point in time, Chris and Raj and Douglas would be able to provide that for you real time. It is impressive. We have been showing it all the way up through the Department of Defense, Department of Labor, and it's been a wild set of interested parties looking at it. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank our team here publicly. I'm not going to go through each of these folks, but you can see we've got some collaborators and reviewers at the highest level, our colleagues at Carnegie Mellon University, the CIO of the Department of Labor, a set of 50 plus United Steelworkers, the Deputy Undersecretary of Defense. So this isn't just us high-fiving each other. It has been tested and shown at the highest levels. And this is the first step. Ultimately, we want to be able to take this to the next level and the next level and the next level. But I'm really excited where we came in such a short period of time. And it did test our hypothesis that these extended reality moving into artificial intelligence definitely can meet the mark of what we set out to do to help train for those needed robotics jobs now. And if people can't get into a classroom or can't take time off, this is a well-intended solution that we want to drive to the next level. And hopefully it's a conversation that can get started today, but we can continue to move it forward, possibly find additional funding sources and places to apply this so that this doesn't die on the vine, but it becomes a norm. If any of you are dealing with your high school systems, a lot of them are taking shop classes out. So students really aren't getting the opportunity to touch things live and in person. So if we're able to do it through extended reality, which by the way, the students in many instances are more comfortable and it's safer and more scalable, let's start to talk about how we can do that together. And here's my contact. I welcome the SimInsights team to share my information and all of this information with you. It's out there in broad publication to tout the successes, but to get people to feed in on how they might be able to take it and make it their own and move it to a different level. So with that, does anybody have any questions or thoughts? And I welcome my friends at SimInsights to also answer some of the questions since this is their brainchild.
Hi, Lisa. This is Israel Dominguez. I love your presentation. At Saddleback College, we are touching basically all touch points you mentioned. We have an apprenticeship program in industrial automation or mechatronics, and we're working with a lot of industry partners to place students in there. And we also upskill incumbent workforce because we deliver a lot of customized training to employers to upskill their employees. But the challenge I find is creating an awareness to young people, both starting in elementary school to high school, that there's viable careers in manufacturing. And part of it's also the challenge is educating parents, because those parents who do encourage their students, their children to go to college, think, okay, you're going to go be the engineer, or you're going to be the doctor or the lawyer. But they don't stop to think about manufacturing, that it's a great industry, some really good career pathways, and can lead to living wages. And then here in Orange County, there's quite a bit of manufacturing that people aren't aware of. We have different subsectors that includes medical device, and includes aerospace, semiconductor, etc. And so the challenge for us as community colleges and the Department of Education is trying to really reach down to the lower levels and let the kids know about all these different opportunities. And I think that's one of the challenges we face.
Amen. That's a nationwide problem. And it really, we've done ourselves a disservice over the last couple of decades by, your grandfather got laid off, the whole town, lost their job. It's dirty, it's dull, it's dangerous. And you're right. They don't realize the wages and the benefits and the lack of debt that they won't have by getting into these careers versus a 4-year degree. We are doing everything we can at the Manufacturing USA level, everything from search engine optimization. And we've created a capability called roboticscareer.org, which we would like to expand to mymanufacturingcareers.org, where it's a set of resources that rises the tide for our training providers. They are able to, for free of charge, put all of their information in the system about their curricula as it maps to our competency framework as it stands, for the education seekers, for them to create their own training pathway and to understand what's available in their region and what jobs come from those training. For employment seekers, we've got a job matching feature between them and the employers. Employers are able to create a job wizard. We've got blog posts and data out there about salaries to help people understand that these jobs are phenomenal. And unfortunately, we don't have enough people touting this pathway to enough people with a loud enough megaphone. So that's why coming together for people who are passionate about the same thing is a step in the right direction to build subsets of solutions like this.
Question from Grant.
Hi, Grant.
Hi, thanks for that presentation. You set me up for my my little presentation. I can just eliminate all my slides. Thanks for all the work you're doing. One of the things we're running into is the notion that even if we get the right training, the broader audience presents a problem to existing industry people. They don't know what to do with folks from underserved populations or people who aren't, like the specific kind of employee that they think they're looking for. And I wonder if you guys have done any work on the training the employer on how to get a broader, more diverse workforce integrated.
We are definitely focusing on it. I can't say that we've boiled the ocean yet, but I don't know if you saw in the little chart of our challenges, the very last one was talking about diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And the accessibility could be everything from getting people into manufacturing careers who may have physical limitations. We're doing really, really well with people who are on the autism spectrum, getting into manufacturing, going to more rural areas where people have a hard time getting to where the manufacturers are. So the accessibility also means making sure people can physically get where the work is or where the training is. Once they get there, having healthcare or childcare, because they can't leave their kids at home. Those kinds of things make manufacturing careers more accessible. I know that there are a lot of grant makers starting to focus on that. Likewise, we've got a grant with the Department of Labor focusing on getting people who are rehabilitated out of prison, and homeless people, and retiring veterans, all into these kinds of curricula, and helping them to get the interviews and move into these pathways. So we are, again, biting off one chunk at a time. And if there is anything that we can do to put our resources with your resources, count me in, because it is so important. And for us to shrink that skills gap, this is one of the key elements for doing so.
Okay, I've counted you in. You'll hear from me. Thank you so much for that answer.
Grant, I look forward to it.
Hello, this is GP Lee. I'm from UCMI. Lisa, thank you so much for your excellent talk. I have a question about the future direction of robotics. Have you considered, after the COVID and whole nation is moving into a hybrid work mode, so is there any direction the ARM is taking to move into people-centric cyber robotic manufacturing? In that way, it can inspire more people to join the force in manufacturing.
That is a phenomenal question. And yes, so one of the elements that are out there, but it hasn't been widely adopted yet. Most of these manufacturing environments are in undesirable locations. And I'll give an example. Texas Instruments has decided to put a chips factory in a part of Texas where they cannot physically get 3,000 people to fill the jobs that they anticipate. And so one of the solutions we've been talking to them is having people let me sit here in Pittsburgh and use extended reality to perform the functions that they need in that manufacturing environment. And so we have funded with some of our members in our ecosystem a couple of prototypes to show what we might be able to do. There are some companies like ABB who are doing it wildly successful, operating from Connecticut to support Alaska, for example. And I just don't think people are at that early adopter site, that stage right now in full force to trust somebody to not physically be on location. So we've got to show them some quick wins in very safe ways where at the end of the day, their throughput and their productivity is going where they need it to go. There's nobody getting injured. And then places like Burlington, Iowa, Macon, Georgia, where they can't get the workforce, the roles can still be automated by using a human somewhere else instead of fully automating it right inside of their manufacturing plant.
Lisa, you have a lot of questions. We'll have to limit it to one or two so we can move on, but I will share your contact information.
Please do. Thanks, Raj.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ariana Ordonez, and I'm a CTE counselor for Corona Norco Unified School District. My main focus is promoting CTE programs, which includes manufacturing. And we have 2 classrooms that are filled with millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment. And so my question is, now that I'm sitting here and hearing you, because your presentation was so amazing and just straight to the point, how can how can ARM connect with our teachers? I feel like if our students heard from you and they saw like where this could lead them, because sometimes, these kids are taking these classes, robotics, manufacturing, but they don't really see a future in it. Or maybe robotics they do, but like the manufacturing part, I don't know if they really see that connection with having a really great career. Is there any way that, do you guys do any work with high schools? Because like earlier, Dr. Fardouk said, you know, we need to make that partnership between K-12 and community colleges and UCs, Cal States, but what about directly with the business partner? And that's something that we have focused on for a long time at Corona Norco, that we need those business partner relationships. And so I was just wondering how we can, you know, move forward on that endeavor.
We absolutely work with education providers at all levels, and all of them serve a phenomenal insight for us, because when people come into robotics career, no matter where they are, we want them to see themselves in the platform and get what they need out of it. We would be thrilled either to do a virtual session, a series of virtual sessions, train you on how people can use robotics career. We've got a lot of data on the career pathways and the trajectory of why this is important. We would love to be an amplification voice for you, bringing real data from the ONET and from Department of Labor and Lightcast to show people what the reality of them getting into these careers might look like. It may be an offline conversation where we brainstorm, and at the larger level, here in Pennsylvania, we have been working with some economic development entities in some of our local school districts to do joint grants, so that we can have these awareness campaigns and help people. So that's another opportunity for us to maybe work with Orange County, where we find some mutual need and see if we can't make a whole initiative out of it, whether it be as a defense manufacturing community or an NSF ATE hub or something of the like. And we can brainstorm about that offline too.
I know there are more questions, Lisa, but we have to move on to just stay on schedule. Thank you so much for an amazing talk and the questions and answers.
Well, thank you for having me, and I appreciate meeting everybody.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Annalisa Lukes. She accepted our invitation at a short notice. Thank you so much. Annalisa is a seasoned business professional with expertise in executive level management, law, sustainability, fundraising, and philanthropy. She's the owner and founder of the Lukes Network, a woman and minority-owned company leveraging her corporate entrepreneurship to provide sustained competitive advantage to organizations. Active in the community, she is the chairman of the County of Orange Workforce Development Board and the board of Habitat for Humanity of Orange County. Lisa will talk about her reflections on the workforce development and the role of technology. Welcome, Lisa.
Hi, Raj. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? First of all, thank you for reaching out yesterday afternoon, and I'm glad that we were able to be nimble and share a little bit of insight and thought, particularly around the issue of outreach and funding. Of course, technology is something that would require to be funded as part of any type of workforce development program or any workforce solutions program. Also just want to share that, I've been a longstanding member of the Orange County Workforce Development Board. And as far as Habitat for Humanity, I'm a member of the board, but I'm not chairing that board. If I could also just present just a few slides, if I may, I'm going to share that with you right now. Let me know if you're able to see it. Are you able to see it, Raj?
Not yet.
Okay, let me see. So while we're doing that, our approach is a bit more, I would say everything is practical, but we want to be able to explain and share with practitioners in this field how we can make our dreams and ideas and the needs of the community a reality. And of course, a big part of that is through funding. And a big part of funding has to happen prior to actually making an ask. Are you able to see me now at all?
Yes, you are sharing the screen, but there you go.
Okay, great. So let me see if I can present my screen here. so this is, are you, okay, great. So I'm seeing it now. So yes, so funding and outreach for workforce solutions. I know we just have a few minutes. I am the co-owner and co-founder of the Luke's Network, which is based in Southern California. We do work in Orange County, LA County, Inland Empire, and other parts of Southern California. And we would love to and can partner with other folks in different regions. So we focus on strategy, outreach, marketing, fundraising, project management with an underlying passion for sustainability, or the triple bottom line of people, profit, planet. We try to make it simple for everyone. And by people, profit, planet, obviously economic and workforce development is a key part of that. We are a family-owned company, woman-owned and minority-owned company. And as Raj said, we do serve quite a bit in the community, and proud to do so because that's part of what we do. With regard to fundraising and funding, a big part of what we do is strategy and working with partners on how to get from point A to point B on any ideas, dreams that they may have. And a big part of that is determining and identifying opportunities to submit proposals on large scale proposals for projects, whether it's to the federal government, state government, even regional government. But that's one side of it. The other side is philanthropy, which is the private sector, and writing to foundations, even corporations, for some major opportunities that could help organizations get to the next level and communities get to the next level for any particular area or issue. So we work in the area of economic and workforce development, and we also have experience in the area of affordable housing and basic needs. And we believe that all of these issues really need to be combined and leveraged. And we tend to like to see ourselves as silo breakers, because having an issue in the area of affordable housing does impact the workforce, because if our people cannot afford to live in a particular region, then it's going to have an impact on whether the region remains competitive, as many of you practitioners probably are aware. So these slides just show a little bit about who we are. We do bring communities together. I heard earlier Lisa mention something, or a question about the business community. So we work with government at the highest level, so federal, state, and local, regional, and also the private sector, so corporations with major workforces, as well as small businesses, and the nonprofit sector. What we do is we help the story of, in this case, workforce development, in this case, issues around economic development, and also the work that you all do in mass media, so that more people can understand the work that we do, because it is not necessarily a simple thing, as you might appreciate. It does take quite a few instances of outlining the work that we do and how critical it is to our communities and to the economic competitiveness of our regions to have a very cohesive and well-organized workforce development system. And by that, we do mean the educational sector, so K through 16, community colleges and universities. So thank you, UCI, for hosting this. The business sector, again, whether they're small businesses all the way up to major employers in any region, and then certainly the nonprofit sector. So we do believe at TLN, or the Luke's Network, that funding starts with strategy. What does that mean? In order to really tell our story, we need to have been able to develop and showed some level of success or impact that can then help us beget more success and impact, which then leads to funding. So we always like to start with the end in mind, which is being strategic and focusing on what results are we delivering in any kind of work that we're doing, and being able to articulate those results and those stories in a way that moves hearts and minds and is defensible and is based on evidence and data, so that we can tell the full story and convince whether it's the government or private enterprise or philanthropy to support the work that we do. So in terms of stories and of impact, we believe again that it starts out with relationships. And at TLN, as I mentioned, we do have relationships all across the board. For example, just in the last few weeks, we were able to write and submit for a total of just a couple of $1 million in terms of proposals for different projects. And my partner and co-founder, Jay Lukes, was able to get support on behalf of our partners by way of 2 letters of support, bipartisan letters of support from 2 members of Congress to help us become really competitive in a national competition. So that particular proposal is being read, and we'll know more in the next few months. But those are the types of strategies that we believe we need to have. We need to make sure that the relationships are ready and available and willing to support our stories. But in order to have them be supportive of the stories, we need to show credibility. And that's really important. That goes back to having a solid plan. So business plan, knowing what impact we're going to make and understanding who the partners around the table are, whether it's around technology, whether it's around apprenticeships, whether it's around affordable housing, or any way that those things could be combined in one. That's really what we focus on. So as you know, workforce development is about creating economic prosperity for individuals, for businesses, as well as for the community. And this is something that aligns with who we are as a company. And we all need to work together and be able to break down silos and figure out how do we leverage each other's assets and strengths to make that happen. In terms of outreach and relationships, again, I don't think this is anything that would be a surprise to anyone. It's really critical that we have those solid relationships in the private sector, the public sector, the nonprofits. More specifically, as I mentioned earlier, the private sector can support any workforce solutions plans or ideas through philanthropy. And that means even getting individuals who are maybe perhaps high net worth support projects, right? And going beyond WIOA, the Workforce Innovations and Opportunities Act funding. Fundraising could be by way of special types of events that bring attention to a particular cause. We also noted the CRA here, which is the Community Reinvestment Act, which is an opportunity whereby boards and organizations can partner with financial institutions and under the CRA Act. I don't have enough time to go into it, but those are some of the key strategies and elements. Public sector, as I mentioned and alluded to earlier, federal, state, regional grants tend to be complex in nature, and oftentimes entities will self-select and disqualify themselves because they may not have the capacity or the background to respond to notices of funding availability or requests for proposals. And so that's where we would love to be able to partner with you and any of you to support that, because our goal as a company, and one of the reasons why we started our firm, is to make sure that the policies that lead to funding actually become reality. So, but without competition, without participants in this work, then the funding may not be used for the intended purpose. And more importantly, the individuals and businesses and communities won't get the impact that is intended. Nonprofits, their role would be to partner in business plans or any type of projects, again, because they are the service delivery providers oftentimes for the actual work. And so that component is important in order to make things happen. So that's a very, very quick primer and conversation around how we look at outreach and funding at the Lukes Network, not just for economic and workforce development, but other areas such as affordable housing, basic needs, and of course, regular professional services. We do this work for the private sector, in addition to the government and the nonprofit sectors. This is our information. Please find us at thelukesnetwork.com. Connect with us on social media at the Lukes Network. And yeah, thank you again, Raj, for reaching out yesterday afternoon. Hopefully this meets your needs for this presentation.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed your presentation. Let's see if there are any questions. Okay, it doesn't seem like it was a great presentation. No questions. Okay, So people took some pictures of the contact information, so they'll reach back
Wonderful.
if necessary. Thank you so much
Well,
again.
Looking forward to connecting. Thank you, everybody.
One more time.
So I think if people are okay having one more talk before the break, I'd like to try to get back on schedule. So our next speaker is Dr. Tara Laughlin. Tara has dedicated herself to assisting both youth and adults in cultivating the essential skills required for the future of work while striving for educational equity. With over 15 years of experience in K-12, post-secondary, and adult education, she now serves as a senior education designer at the Education Design Lab, spearheading the design and execution of personalized, competency-based solutions. The title of her talk is How Can XR and AI Support 21st Century Skills Validation? Welcome, Ted.
Hi, everyone. I am so happy to be here with all of you today and thrilled to be a part of this great lineup of speakers. I've definitely heard some things this morning that intersect with the work I'm going to be sharing with all of you today. And so I will get this pulled up. The first thing I'll say, Randall, I saw your comment in the chat while Lisa was presenting about soft skills and whether soft skill development is a part of the training. That is actually exactly what I'm going to be talking about here today. So hopefully this can give you some insights that are relevant. Yeah, so as Raj said, today I'm going to be discussing the role of XR and AI in the validation of 21st century skills, which go by many names, right? Soft skills, power skills, durable skills, human skills. But often they're thought of as those intangible things that make one successful on the job outside of the hard or technical skills that are required. So briefly, as Raj said, my name is Tara Laughlin. I'm a senior education designer with Education Design Lab. And I lead a project and a body of work for the lab on skills validation, and specifically called X Credit. X Credit stands for experience credit, and the idea really is all about the validation of skills gained through work and life experience. And, as a competency-based education proponent, not every individual has to go to class or take a course to learn a skill, but coming from an asset-based perspective, we need to acknowledge the fact that a lot of times those skills are developed naturally. Folks just don't always have that piece of paper, that documentation to signal to someone else that that's what they have. And so that's the heart of the work that I do for the lab, is really trying to provide opportunities for folks to show what they know and can do in order to empower economic mobility. So just a little bit about Education Design Lab. If you're not familiar with the organization, we are a national nonprofit. And as a lab, we are very R&D focused. So we are experimenters, testers, designers, really sitting at the intersection between education and the workforce and trying to identify solutions that are affordable, relevant, portable, and ultimately help to increase the visibility of individuals in the workforce. You can see here on the screen just some of the numbers of different stakeholder types that the lab has engaged with over the past 10 years in doing this important work. One of the key things that sets us apart is we are firm believers in human-centered design. And so we, not only work on behalf of individuals, learners, employers, but we actually like to bring them into the design process and co-design solutions with them so that we are certain that what we're creating will actually meet real needs. And so you can see here on the screen just examples of some of the groups that we work with in terms of frontline workers, transfer students, single parents, really with an equity-centered focus here, trying to create opportunity and access for those who have historically been marginalized from traditional systems of education and work. And so again, the lab, we really are focused on these 21st century or soft skills. And what you can see on the screen here is our suite of micro-credentials. These are the 9 competencies that much of our research and development are focused on. So we do have learning solutions and assessment solutions targeting these 9 competencies. And specifically, my work, again, is around the validation of those skills. So the assumption that everyone on this call who is sitting here and listening to this presentation actually possesses some, if not all, of these 9 competencies, but may not have a great way to signal to a potential employer or for internal mobility purposes that they possess these skills. And so when we entered into the X-Credit initiative almost 3 years ago, we led with this as our design question. How might we validate and credential existing skills? That's key. Existing skills to make learners and earners more visible in the talent marketplace. And so again, the idea behind X-Credit is really to surface those 21st century skills that exist within individuals that may be hidden and give them some way to actually communicate those externally to increase opportunity. And so for the remainder of my presentation, I'm really going to dig into current work and then future areas of exploration. So how are we approaching this design question, and how are we validating these 21st century skills? So the current approach that we've taken for about the past 2 years has been leveraging chat-based simulation technology and extended reality technology to develop next generation assessments that individuals can complete to provide evidence of their skills. And so we have worked closely with 2 different technology partners to develop these assessments. So on the right-hand side here, you can see at the top, the first partner we've worked with, they are called Muzzy Lane, and they have an authentic chat-based simulation technology where learners are able to view data, view different resources, and engage in almost like a text message-based chat with other characters in that simulation in order to demonstrate their skills. The second technology partner that we've worked with is an organization called Tailspin, and they have an immersive extended reality technology where individuals are actually either through Oculus or via a desktop streaming app able to engage in immersive conversations with virtual humans or avatars, again, to demonstrate these 21st century skills. But regardless of which of the 2 technologies we're talking about, one thing is common, and that is the approach we've taken within our assessments. And so in each of the technologies, what we're doing essentially is we are dropping individuals into authentic workplace-based scenarios. We are giving them a role, a context, other characters, maybe a supervisor or colleagues or customers to interact with in that environment. The individual is actually given data, they're given visual assets and information, and based on that information, they are required to make decisions as they would in a workplace context. The choices that they make in the simulation actually reveal the level of each of the skills being measured on the back end. And so You know, we have sort of a range of options of how an individual might respond in the situation. And based on what they do, it can reveal, you know, like top level mastery or partial mastery, or that it's a gap, right? An area that needs to be developed. And the other thing is, you know, there is a branching logic within the assessment where based on how they respond, they can be sent down different pathways in the assessment. So just to give you a couple of examples of what some of these scenarios look like, this happens to be one of our Muzzy Lane assessments. We worked with a graphic designer to create these custom images to support the assessments. And what you're looking at here is the skill of recognizing others' needs and values, which is a critical component of the empathy competency, or towards our empathy credential. And so through the chat-based simulation, the learner is put into the role of a customer associate at Lenora's paint store and required to engage in a dialogue with her supervisor and her colleagues to try to navigate some tricky staffing requests and vacation requests among the staff. And through the process of doing that, they're able to actually reveal their level of the behaviors associated with this competency or skill. Second example here is developed in the tailspin technology. In this case, we're actually measuring the ability to show curiosity about another's perspectives. And this is a component of our intercultural fluency competency to earn that micro-credential. In this case, the learner is working as a sales associate in a shoe store. Now, both of the examples I'm showing you happen to be retail situated in a retail environment, though that is not always the case. And in this scenario, again, the learner is interacting with a colleague, and they're discussing some unusual new sales techniques that the company has suggested to try to attract a younger demographic into the store. So one thing that, you know, we've had to be very intentional about in the measurement of 21st century skills is they're highly transferable. These are skills that are required across industries, across different contexts. And so while we set the assessments in a workplace context, we were very careful to structure the decisions so that there's no actual background knowledge of having worked in that industry or in that environment required for an individual to be successful on the assessment. So one really exciting thing is we've actually gotten to go out and do some pilots with these assessments. We've been implementing with a variety of partners. A few thousand learners have engaged with the assessments, and we actually put them through some formal user testing as well, both with job seekers and hiring managers. And so some of the early feedback that we've received on these chat-based simulation and extended reality assessments, you can see here. Job seekers love the immersive nature of the assessments. They love the authenticity and the feeling of really engaging in the situation. And hiring managers have really spoken to the fact that it's automated. They like that they are not having to be the ones, you know, observing and evaluating and scoring the performance, but that all of that is done for them behind the scenes, and have also indicated excitement and interest about leveraging this as part of the hiring process. So those are all really positive indicators of the approach. And, however, we've also heard our users bumping up against some of the limitations of what we have done thus far. So hiring managers have provided feedback such as, you know, I would be concerned whether the individuals are responding based on what they actually think. Are they trying to give the answers that they think the hiring manager wants to hear? They've surfaced the need for users to be able to improvise in a situation, because that's a real world situation. That's a real world skill. Similarly, job seekers have highlighted the fact that if if I'm in a shoe store or a paint store, this isn't necessarily authentic to the type of environment that I see myself working in. And also, perhaps the most frequent and common feedback we received was, I want to be able to provide custom responses. Thus far, the technology has allowed us to do a lot of really cool things, but we are still limited to providing response options for our learners to choose from. And a lot of our learners say things like, I wouldn't actually say any of those things in this situation. I want to be able to say what I would really say. And so while we see a lot of promise in what we've done so far, we also recognize the limitations that we need to continue to explore and seek to make improvements. And so with that in mind, kind of shifting gears now from the current state, what we've done, what we've heard, to the future areas of exploration. How are we looking to push through some of these limitations? We do see real potential and opportunity in incorporating AI in our ability to validate and measure the skills that someone has. And so the very last thing I'm going to share with you all today are 3 emergent areas that we are exploring incorporating AI in validation. So the first of these is that we have been having conversations with Raj and Chris at SimInsights, kind of because what we've learned is that they've developed an extended reality technology that actually enables individuals to do those custom responses, to actually speak freely back to the virtual humans, which, as I shared, was one of the key pieces of feedback we've received, and leveraging AI on the back end to make sense of those responses and measure them against the competency framework. So this is one area of exploration, is AI-based open-ended assessment. A second area of exploration, we're working with a group that we've established called the Skills Validation Network, where we've actually brought together partners from 15 different organizations across the skills-based ecosystem to help us prototype new solutions for skills validation. One group is focused on what we're calling experience translation. And that is the idea of how an individual might be able to leverage documentation that they have or data that exists about their past performance, map elements of that data to the lab's 21st century skills framework, and have AI actually be able to surface or lift out skills that an individual possesses based on that data generated from that experience. So what you can see here are 2 examples. One is a joint services transcript, which is an official record of an individual's experience in the military. And then the second is lifted from care.com. So this is in the bucket of what we're calling gig economy data. There are hundreds of gig apps, ride sharing, obviously food delivery service, but then also some like care.com and Handy and Fiverr, where, individuals are crowdsourcing hundreds and hundreds, depending how long they're engaged in the platform, maybe even thousands of data points about their performance. And so these are just 2 areas of documentation we're exploring how we might be able to leverage AI to map those back to the 21st century skills. And the third and final area of exploration, again, through our skills validation network, we have a group focused on skills demonstration. And that, again, is looking at how we might be able to train AI to evaluate work samples that an individual submits in alignment to the 21st century skills to identify or validate the skills that they have. So you can just see here 2 examples. One is a video a student produced showcasing her oral communication skills. And the one on the bottom, I actually pulled from my own files. This was a hiring task that I completed when I was being hired for the lab. And so how might AI be able to evaluate work samples such as these and surface the 21st century skills that an individual has in order to earn the micro-credentials? So again, these last 3 pieces that I shared are emergent, they are exploratory, but we are really excited by some of the early insights that we are identifying as we, as we consider these new approaches. Because really what we want to do is remove as many barriers as possible for individuals who are trying to get into better jobs, right? And get connected with better opportunities, as well as for employers who are having trouble hiring for some of their in-demand roles. So that is all I have to share today formally, but of course, if we have time, Raj and Chris, I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have.
Thank you so much, Tara. Let's see if there are any questions.
Question from Grant.
Go ahead, Grant.
Thanks, Tara. You've just covered the last 2.5 years of my effort to do some things here. I see you guys have already done all the work. I'm so excited to hear about this because I want to leverage everything you guys are working on. So I'm assuming that by showing up here in public that you're open to having a conversation to see how we might be able to work together on the projects that we're doing that reflect the work that you guys are really putting together. Is that true?
Absolutely. We are always looking for new opportunities and new partners to work with, and also just other really smart people to talk to. So
all right. I have your email contact. You can run, but you can't hide now.
Okay.
Thanks for the work you're doing. It's amazing to hear.
Fantastic. Thank you, Grant.
One more question.
Thank you, Tara. That's a great presentation. I'm very familiar with the 21st century skills through the future of work. I've been through some training, and we train students with those same skills. And we do issue digital badges. My question is really the challenge of how, and even though employers ask for the same skills, the soft skills or workplace success skills, I think the challenge though is really having employers recognize the digital badges of value. A lot of employers really, in my assessment, aren't familiar with digital badging and therefore don't require them or request them. When we look at the various job postings, rarely do you see anything about required digital badges and soft skills. So how do you think we should address that particular challenge?
Yeah, that is a fantastic question, and one that Education Design Lab as a whole is trying to address from multiple angles. I will say that from my little corner of the lab, we're working on like the skills validation problem or challenge, but skills validation is a part of a broader sort of transition in the workforce to competency-based education and skills-based hiring, which involve many other aligned and connected efforts, to what I've shared here today. So the lab, we're working with folks like SHRM, Society for HR, Human Resource Management. Actually, my team, I've got 2 designers on my team for X Credit. As we speak, they're holding an employer studio session right now with a group of employers we've curated where we're asking some of these sticky and hard questions. And, this goes back to our philosophy of co-design, bringing stakeholders to the table to really understand the potential use cases and the barriers, like what's getting in your way from both a human and change management perspective, what's getting in your way from a technological perspective. So we're asking some of these hard questions and gathering information in the hopes of leveraging those insights into the design of the solutions. but yeah, I certainly would never sit here today and say that we have it figured out. I think you've put your finger right on the pulse of some of the challenges that we're trying to figure out as well.
Thank you so much, Tara.
Yay.
I look forward to working with you more in future.
Same. Thank you, Raj.
Absolutely. So let's take a 10-minute break so that we can get back on track and have lunch on time at noon, if that's okay with everyone. Yeah. All right. It's in the Google Slides that you sent me.
Yeah, I use all the slides.
Chris sent it.
So.
Hello, everyone. Let's welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Uwe Schramm. I had the good fortune to be his colleague for many, many years before I started this company. He has now retired and he's helping us take the company to the next level. Uwe is an advisor and coach to CEOs, CTOs, and senior executives. Dr. Schramm has been recognized for visionary leadership in applying computational sciences and engineering to digital transformation and designing sustainable products while assisting organizations in innovating with simulation, AI, and high-performance computing. He'll talk to us about digital twins, from products to everything over 30 years.
Okay. All right. So I try to make this as entertaining as possible and not dry technical. So I worked in most of my career in computational mechanics. And so that's basically the science of simulating the world on computers. And so we used very complicated mathematical models, but also less complicated mathematical models. Today they're called AI. But this kind of technology has been around for many, many years. So I want to talk about a little bit about the digital twin today. Where it's like this. How do I move the slides, Chris? I just click. Oh, this font clicked. Okay. All right. Today we're in an era of vast digital transformation in the world. So basically, a simple example: a toothbrush from 1958. That was when I was born, and today's toothbrush looks vastly different. So everything is electrified. A lot of electrification. Things get electrical. We can also imagine. That's my joke that I always say. We can imagine that the toothbrush is going to replace the dentist. You could just look at do your dental exam with your toothbrush. So that's all conceivable. That's nothing imaginary today anymore. With the digitalization, we have also a change in business practices. The way we shop, the way we interact with people has been changing a lot. So we used to go to a mom and pop store. Today, you're not even worried about searching for stuff anymore. You type it into Google and you go to Amazon and you get it delivered in the afternoon, right? So digitalization has completely changed the business practice. And behind that action that you do with your online shopping, behind that, there's a lot of technology. There's a lot of digital twins actually going on there. Also, fraud detection is a different thing today. In the old days, we tried biting into the coin, see if it's gold. And today we have AI algorithms running the fraud detection, and the credit card company immediately knows that somebody bought a TV on your credit card in Malaysia or somewhere. And also the systems have changed. So in the old days, we could fix a car by looking into it, and that would work. Today, it's a lot of electronics, and we're talking about connectivity a bit between cars. So everything, new concepts, they require also new thinking, system thinking in technology. And then, of course, the digitization is not stopping in industrial scale. It comes in our living rooms. So we have digital worlds that we create in gaming, which is really important. The gaming coming actually into the workplace with the stuff that Raj and team are doing. Gaming is coming into the workplace, and the parents that are afraid that teach their kids too much gaming, that's a good skill to have in the future. You don't have to try around with a little handler anymore. the kids come to the workforce knowing actually how a joystick and how these things work, how 3D devices work. And then, of course, in the entertainment industry, so when you look at when I look at Avatar from Avatar 1 to Avatar 2, I see that the resolution in these new computer-generated images is much, much better than it was in the first version. So they have in the iris of these eyes 15 million triangles to render these eyes. And in the old days, it was like maybe 15,000. So the computational power that is behind a movie like Avatar has really tremendously increased. But we want to talk about digital twin, and everybody knows the movie. Some people may have been around. Ron, maybe you've been around when Apollo 13 actually flew into space. Everybody was holding their breath in 1970, right? And this, in the literature, is coined as the birth of the digital twin. So I had the fortune to work with Ken Mattingly, that's the astronaut that had to stay back on Earth, and that helped simulate the rescue of these people that were flying in space. So Ken Mattingly, he worked with Altair. Unfortunately, he died like a month ago. And he was a guy that helped the ground crew to understand and communicate to the space crew how to fix these things. In the background, they had a bunch of computer simulations running to actually figure out how to bring those people back. And digital twins like this have been used in NASA for many, many years. I found this NASA presentation here about the aerodynamic simulation of the space shuttle. So the typical thing, what you do a ground test, you have a little model that's about the size, you put it in a wind tunnel, then you have the flight test, the real thing where you cannot fly on the outside, you cannot actually see what's going on, and then you have your simulation, your digital twin. And you see from the timeline from 1980 to 2011, that's when they retired the space shuttle, or 2010, the resolution was getting better and better. So because computers got better and better. So the 1980s computer, this one is way more powerful than a 1980s computer that you did. And you see here also the needs. So the first red line is a Challenger crash, and the second red line is a Columbia breakup. And they were trying then to use simulation to get the detail, how if the foam breaks off, how it hits the vehicle, can it create damage? So that's what we can do today with digital twins. And the industry, so a digital twin is basically a computer representation, a simulation model that represents a physical asset. And you can create a loop between the digital twin and the physical assets. You can exchange information between those two. You can use the digital twin, for example, to make decisions about maintenance, for example. You can say, okay, the oil in this locomotive will last for another 2 weeks, so let's delay the maintenance for another 2 weeks. Or basically the oil breaks down in the locomotive, let's do maintenance earlier and to avoid catastrophic failure. So that is basically an iteration that goes between the digital and physical twin. And the industry where I have been working for was mostly concerned with the digital twin when the physical object did not exist. So you can also build a digital twin already without a physical object. That's called the design process, product design. So a lot of product design today, or most of product design today, is done on computers. And we are not only putting the geometry into the computers, we are also simulating how the thing behaves. We do the fluid dynamics or the aerodynamics representation. We do crash simulations. So I have an example here. Like a crash simulation on the left side, you have the physical test. On the right side, you have an example of a simulation that you can do. And we would build these models. I started in the industry, working in the industry in 1996. So these models, there were no dummies in the model, so they were rather coarse. And the most prevalent way of designing cars was using experiments. But you can see after that crash, you don't know what was the initial condition. You cannot go back to the car and just say, oh, how did the dummy sit in this car? Did we make a mistake? Why is it behaving like this? With a computational model, you can run that 1,000 times. You can make parameter variations and study really and get an understanding about the physics in the vehicle. And over time, so let's say for another 10 years, so early 2000s, basically car companies completely moved to decision-making based on simulation. Yeah, and the physical test is then only done for the regulators, so the regulators require certain physical tests, and that would be done for them, and everything else, all the design decisions were made using a digital twin. You can also move that to the factory floor. You can model the entire factory floor using digital twins. So like here, like a robot simulation was one of the softwares from Altair has been doing. So you can see that sheet metal is moving while it's deforming while it's been moved, and you can really detailed study, and you can move things around to optimize your manufacturing process. So this is the state of the art today in product design that most highly engineered products, the companies that make highly engineered products are doing. For example, like a phone, a cell phone, the drop test, things like that, they're all done virtually long before they have their first physical prototype. Even the material development, I listened to the materials guy from Apple, he was saying that the material development itself is done computationally. So they simulate the atomic energy, the energy exchange on an atomic scale, and decide how the material should be manufactured. And then they go into the lab and create the material. So the trends are that modeling and simulation, they have really become central to product design. And we have physics-based and data-driven. So we use a lot of AI in these contexts. And the advantage really is that the digital twin can be used and abused, modified thousands of times, does not complain. You can rerun it and rerun it. Like Porsche, when they designed the Panamera, they went public with that. They had like 35,000 crash simulations that they did on a Porsche Panamera. If you would want to do that with physical tests, it would take you years, and it would be super expensive. But what we also see is that the access to the technology becomes much easier. So the interfaces to technology, so there's a democratization process going on that allows widespread access. So in 20, 30 years ago, you had to have a PhD to run one of these programs. The first guy, we went out in Germany, I started in Germany at Altair, and we went out, we hired a guy that used to work as a baker. And he learned, he did vocational training as a baker. He figured out he has an allergy to flour. So he could not work as a baker anymore. So he trained in computer-aided design. So he was computer-aided designer. Then he came to us. He learned how to build these models. In the beginning, they were small. Now these things are really, really huge and expensive to build. And now he's doing his own simulation. So with a vocational training as a baker, he would be able to do these kinds of simulations. This thing we see all the time, right? And then with IoT, cloud, and 5G, the digital twins, they spread everywhere into our life. Apple and Amazon, they have a digital twin of you, of every one of you. They know what you buy, they know what you like, they know your hobbies, they know everything about you. And that's a digital twin. It's an AI model that's running for you, and that's recommending you to buy the next whatever bicycle when your bicycle runs out of force. So I think the big trend is that the future workforce really must be digitally literate. So that's a really important thing, because digital twins are everywhere and making decisions or help us making decisions. They should not make the decision for us, they should help us. So where is the connection to this here? They are also changing education and training. So we just went to the ASME yesterday, somebody said, yeah, my son is a pilot, so he uses flight simulation. That's super expensive. Yes, of course. Astronauts, commercial pilots, and so on, they have been training on simulators for years and years. It's super expensive, those simulators. But now with the democratization, those simulators, they come to every place in the world, right? So the technology that we have today is a compute power that is available to everyone, everywhere. Compute power is available like electricity, you know? That allows us to give equity and access to a broader population. And we see a true democratization of the technology through a lower barrier of entry, also for content creators. So content creators have now a much easier way. Everybody can make a movie now, but everybody can also make a 3D simulation now with the platform that the SimInsights provides, can create content. And then, of course, the consumption is also democratized. So it's not a huge barrier. You can run these simulations on a phone and you can learn skills for your job. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Questions?
All right, cool.
Thank you. All right, so our next speaker is Grant Kirby. Our company has had the pleasure of working with Grant for the last year or so, and he just is one of the most passionate people about workforce development that we have the pleasure of working with. Grant serves as he's the Workforce Development Manager at Oregon Manufacturing Innovation Center, OMIC R&D, in Scappoose, Oregon. Grant Kirby serves as Grant played a crucial role in addressing the workforce shortage in the struggling metals manufacturing sector. He achieved this by integrating mixed reality technologies with competency-based problem-solving approaches, thereby extending training opportunities to the increasing number of underserved populations in Oregon. The title of his talk is Virtually Enhanced Journeys into Advanced Manufacturing. Welcome, Grant.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. I remodeled my office just for this conference. I hope you guys like what I've done with the place here. I'm going to share some slides. You know, I'm a little bit bitter because actually Tara and Lisa stole much of my thunder because all of the things that we thought were so exciting, these guys are farther down the path. So I'm going to share with you what we've been doing. Hopefully, if I can make the technology work. You'll tell me if we've got slides or not.
Yes, we can see the slides.
Okay, so all right, so I work for OMIC R&D, and essentially this is a research and development center for the metals industry. And I'll give you a little bit of background who we are. We're in lovely Scappoose, Oregon, which is the cultural center of the Pacific Northwest, about 30 miles north of Portland. And we're a state-funded organization. We're part of Oregon Institute of Technology. But we're really a private-public relationship. And what we do is we do manufacturing research for our partners. So we have about 45 partners, notables like Boeing and Daimler and folks like that, where they come and they do advanced metals research on the machines that we have. The building on the left there is our subtractive center, and our new building on the right is for additive technologies. And so we're leading the charge in that space. So
Grant, sorry to interrupt you. We are still on slide 1.
You're still on slide 1. Well, I think you guys should catch up. I don't know how to.
Put it in presentation mode.
Is that better?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll have to click over here. All right, so anyway, that's our facilities. We're very proud that we got a new parking lot here just recently, so we're all excited about that. And I work in OMIC Academy, which is a part of OMIC R&D. And my job really is to help service the problem that Lisa and Tara mentioned about the extreme shortage in skills in the advanced manufacturing sector. These are living wage jobs, and we just don't have enough people. And all of the programs in all of the schools, community colleges, four-year schools, are not even coming close to keeping up. So we're trying to find ways not to replicate the training. We're not really in the training business. What we want to do is we want to facilitate ways to accelerate those trainings so that the trainers have excellent tools, and we're kind of in the tools development side of things. So our goal here is to develop tools that we can then hand out to other folks, basically. I guess that's it. So our funding comes from the state of Oregon. All of the research and development that's done here comes from our partner companies. 100% of their dollars go for that. So we're not in the for-profit business. So we're going to be very excited if we can create new technologies and new ways of learning how to use those technologies and then hand them out to people that can use them. So as was mentioned before, our approach to this education or this content delivery is a problem-solving competency base. And we're very sure that the primary skill set of new entry-level people is kind of around problem solving. You can teach point skills, but those change from company to company. And so what we want to do is step back and say, what is more generally available to human capital in my area? How can I help people find their passion and then measure the skills digitally? One of the problems that everybody has is the classroom setting or the lab setting is severely constrained in terms of equipment, instructors. So the digital part of this equation allows us to scale very broadly and to go after populations of people who just would not make it to those labs and in those settings. So we're interested in focusing on what motivates people to learn. Our bias here is that people learn when they're motivated intrinsically, when they're self-motivated. External motivations like pay and grades and those kinds of things, those can be helpful, but the real learning happens when people are impassioned about what they're doing and that they're going after the things that they're impassioned about. So our focus is really on the learner. So we're thinking that if we can help in the industry to help people find where their passion is, where their interest is, then that pathway may lead them through community colleges. It may lead them into four-year schools or directly into employment. We kind of don't care at that point. But we have a terrible turnover of people going into these living wage jobs, and they're just not suited for the job. Or the job's not suited for them. The skills don't match. And so a company may go through the hiring process for 10 people, and they're lucky if they keep one. And so we're really interested in finding a way to help a broader area of people, especially the underserved populations, find a career where their passion is, and then give them the tools to get there. So we're using XR, extended or mixed reality tools because our thinking is that the digital environment is the only way we can scale. You can see that we're in the rural part of Oregon here. And so these rural schools have a particularly difficult time attracting industry people out to talk to them. They don't have money for equipment. So we recently bought some equipment for some local high schools, some CNC machines. And then we created VR content where the students could then get taught in the classroom and then go home and practice and practice and practice on the very machines that they have in their building. So this scale of delivery is absolutely required. We can't afford to pay $30,000 for a training class because when we do that, it's a one size fits nobody. We develop classes and we have to have a large number of people. So we're working on a way to customize training down to the specific classroom. And we think we can do that with our friends at SimInsights. We're finding ways of reusing assets and redoing things. We want to get the cost of that classroom augmented tool down to a point where it can be funded easily and be free to the schools. We have a bias here, and our bias is that the people who really benefit from workforce development are the companies that hire the workers. And so the long-term sustainable strategies that those companies need to see the value in that, and they need to fund that development. Putting that burden on the backs of learners or on the public taxation system, it's just not a sustainable practice. And frankly, it's not serving our needs today, let alone in the future. We're working on a learn the learner system. I mentioned that our focus here is really to start with the learner. And so with SimInsights help, we're creating not only a VR environment, but we're capturing an immense amount of metadata as a result of that experience. And that metadata is both current and longitudinal. So we have something we can look at over time. We're also developing an AI engine. In addition to the ChatGPT or the avatar who helps that user through that experience, in addition to that, we're developing an AI system that will look at those data and let us do some descriptive analytics across that data to say, how do we continually tweak the content so that it fits the users? One of the problems with spending 30 grand or 20 grand on building a piece of content, there's not a lot of incentive to go back there and tweak that if we don't get it right the first time. So we want to be able to not only do descriptive analytics, but when we capture enough data, we want that AI to start doing predictive analytics so that the actual experience of the user can be modified in real time based on their needs. So for all the things that you've heard about so far, our ability to track the users, look at their cognitive load, look at their language skills, all of the really cool tools we have out there, we believe that we can make that learning experience completely and utterly customized down to the individual person and still achieve the same goals. Problem solving, measuring problem solving skills, measuring competency. The reason I'm so excited about what Tara is doing is that this is a wicked problem. And in order for us to demonstrate to industry that our students really have these problem solving skills and that they have a competency that is adequate for at least an entry level person, that's quite a heavy lift, because my experience is industry doesn't believe a word of it until we can show it. So if we can help students find the right career path, not everybody's going to be a machine operator, but in advanced manufacturing, like many industries, there are hundreds, almost every kind of job you can imagine, from accountants to truck drivers to maintenance people, quality people, operators, CAD. There's all kinds of jobs. We can't just take people and plug them into jobs and take a done on that. That is socially irresponsible. We need to find that place where that person, whoever they are, whatever their skill level, even if they have cognitive limitations that really limit what they can do, we have the opportunity using these technologies to hone this in and let people maximize their creative experience, get them energized and motivated to learn. And our hypothesis is that once people get past that stigma of whatever it is they're carrying around, and that they can be creative and get those little dopamine rewards for that creative stuff, their creativity explodes. So we're focusing primarily on entry level. That's our starting place, because that's sort of the end of high school, early adults who are trying to repurpose, and that's really where we're going. So our thinking is, as Raj mentioned, hands-on VR takes us 80, 90% there in terms of motor skills, muscle memory, all of those kind of things. Just like a flight simulator, I can learn all of how everything works inside of that cockpit. I can learn how to navigate the the flight pattern, how to land without ever being in a real airplane. Is it a real airplane? No. The sights, the sounds, the other kinds of things are different. But if we can use those tools to screen out the people who don't really care and develop basic fundamental skills, knowledge of procedures, those kind of things. So when somebody walks into a real machine situation, they're not starting from scratch. That's huge. So part of what we're doing with our training is we're eliminating all the peripheral crap that they don't need to learn. We're giving them relevant problems within a specific context, and we're giving them just what they need to know to solve that problem, to get a win on that problem. Then we add complexity to the problem, always within the context of where we're going. You need to be excellent at CAD, or you need to be introduced how to operate a machine, whatever that context is. The user has to know everything that they're learning, why they're learning it, and how it's relevant to their goals. And so by reducing the superfluous stuff, the stuff that doesn't matter, we think we can home in and get people accelerated in their learning path significantly. That implies a tremendous amount of user agency in that learning environment. So just like a video game where I'm in charge, right? You know, and I bump around and I go, oh crap, you know, I got killed. Okay, bummer. That doesn't discourage people in the learning process of a video game. That just says, oh, now, okay, now I got it. I know how to get past that the next time, right? So that intrinsic motivation will cause people who we say has a attention span of 12 minutes, they'll spend a whole weekend on that game because they want to. And so if our learning experience is not similar to that, we're missing the boat. And no, people don't have a 12-minute attention span. Tell an adult who binges on Netflix across the weekend, no, you can only watch movies for 12-minute sections because you're just not capable of paying attention for that long. Not true. And it's not true with our students and not true with anybody. And we just got to get our content aligned so that they're motivated to make that happen. So by using generative AI technologies and having these chatbots that can not only talk, you know, Grant through it, but learn who Grant is. And when I ask stupid questions, the bot doesn't get all flustered, just gives me really great answers and takes me at the pace I can go. That's amazing. And the tools we have out there, even Chatbot 4 and the large language models that are out there for us to start feeding off of, are going to change fundamentally how everybody on the planet interacts with this kind of knowledge. We've got an opportunity to be at the front of that, and that's really where we're going. When we create assets, you know, digital twins and digital, you know, dead blow hammers and all the kind of things, we're putting those on the shelf for reuse. And so over time, what we think is when we get our community built out, when an instructor calls me and says, I have a class, I need to do these specific kind of things, we can pick and choose the kind of the sim processes, all of the, you know, we're using a Haas machine instead of a Tormac machine. Oh, I'm going to, once I have that on the shelf, I can just pull that right into the simulation, and we can mock up quickly, very quickly, what that instructor wants, and then use the instructor to help us troubleshoot and dial in where it needs to go. Very exciting stuff. So we want to get the content development a couple of orders of magnitude cheaper so that it can be broadly distributed everywhere and across languages and certainly across cultures. You know, I'm not exactly a poster child for how to approach the Hispanic community or, you know, the Native American. I'm not trustworthy, but if that community of people, if we have people helping us understand how that learning process happens, we can do that digitally quite a bit easier in some ways than we can physically. And the generative AI tools that are coming online right now are going to give us the ability to customize, I promise, customize every training for every individual person to help maximize what they're doing. I don't know about you, but that just, that gives me goose feathers, right? So, and the other part of this is that with that feedback that we're going to learn from these systems, we can continuously improve the systems. If we see that a person is being distracted over here when we want them over there, if we see that, we can get rid of that distraction and evolve our training so it just gets gooder and gooder and gooder. And that's what we're after. I put a little link down here at the bottom for you to click on if you want to see a high school competition that we did. Raj says I only have 10 minutes, so I cut out all of my family vacation slides, which I'm really sorry for you guys to miss that stuff, but that's where it is. So my last slide is just that. It's just, if you have, sorry I had to race through this so fast, but I feel like the things that we're doing here specifically for the advanced manufacturing industry applies to every industry. And the tools that we're trying to create are not specific to manufacturing, but they're specific to a learning style. And I'm looking forward to interacting with some of the folks at this conference to figure out how we can develop these tools and get these tools in the hands of our educators and other places in a way that they can actually consume them. So I guess I better be done here. I think my 10 minutes is probably up.
Thank you so much, Grant.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if there are any questions for Grant. So while we wait to see if there are any questions coming up, let me just underscore some of the points that Grant made. So generative AI. So what we do is every week we have our regular project touchpoint meeting, but we also have a hackathon meeting. We go into that meeting and we look at a simulation and we generate ideas. How should the chatbot talk to the students? And Grant and his team and our team will generate ideas. And using our tool, we are able to implement it within a minute. So now we are looking at a new version and we are playing with the bot and it says something. That sparks another idea. And so we've had 3 or 4 of these hackathon meetings and all of us have been kind of surprised by that. And the reason is that these AI technologies are so powerful and so new that that's the only way for us to understand what they can do. There's no other way because it's really amazing. And so the hackathon is one of the ways that it's been our pleasure and good fortune to interact with Grant and his team. But then the other points he made about asset reusability and community, that's a really big point. So we see this common theme with other partners as well. Because of the way they are funded, because of how they're mission driven, they don't really want to hold all the assets to themselves. They say, okay, put these assets in the platform, let other organizations use these assets. And if you're wondering why are we talking so much about assets? If you look at the cost of a project, like half of the cost is just creating the 3D models and making them look good. Now imagine if all these partners allow all that investment to be reused by everyone else, what happens? It just drops the cost of all future projects by half or something. And as this asset repository grows, basically every project can be half the cost. And that's a huge cost drop. And there are other ways that we are dropping the cost. So community has always been a part of our vision from day one. And it affects everything we do. Like who do we try to partner with? We look at that. Because equity and access, that's where it all begins for us. So it's really our good luck that we connected with Grant. And thank you so much for an amazing talk.
Can you define for me what generative AI really means?
Well, no, I absolutely cannot. So what I think it means is this, is that when AI has the ability to parse out a lot of information, right? And go back and allow us to iterate on a thing, to refine our assumptions and those kind of things. Generative AI for us, what that really means is that we can learn new things and incorporate that into the process. So for example, one of the things that we're really excited about is the ability for a learner at whatever level they're at. They take their life skills at whatever level, they come in and we take them through a real fundamental training on how to start up a CNC machine, let's say, for example. And we have the first time through, there's an avatar there, kind of an ugly sucker, really, but I mean, he's there and said, okay, here's what we're going to do. First thing you're going to do is you're going to turn the machine on, and that happens around there. So the person does it. And then maybe the next time, they just get a little banner that says, turn the machine on. And the user might say something, well, I don't know how to, where's the button? I don't know. And then the avatar can give them an answer. And then they can go, well, now, wait a minute. You just said some things I don't understand. Expand on that. And so they can have a little dialogue there that is very custom to that user. You know, we assume people know stuff that they don't know, of course, right? And so when you have in a classroom, when somebody asks a stupid question, even though the instructor says there's no such thing as a stupid question, they give them the look, right? You're supposed to already know that. Well, avatars don't do that. They're very kind and very sweet, right? And they take the time and they'll go down as deep as you want to go. And so that, for us, that generative knowledge creation that happens internally, when we start to get really smart about how we use the AI stuff that's out there, and it's growing by the minute, right? We know that much of the learning that's going to take place is going to be in that one-on-one dialogue. Imagine how cool it would be in a classroom if a teacher had the time to stop and take every question that a student had for them and just take as much time as that student needed to get through all that stuff. We can't do that in the classroom setting, right? So we have these course plans that are sort of locked and everybody has to like go at the same time. That's not an effective way of learning. So for us, generative means that the AI is going to help us discover things that we could not previously think. It's not part of my business plan. It's not part of my classroom plan because I didn't understand that, right? So imagine a tool like that, how it would help the instructor understand who their students really are. You know, how cool would that be, right? So anyway, from what I know, and if I can figure out how to get into NVIDIA's free, what is generative AI courses, which I'm not smart enough to do that, but if I could, I think we're going to find out all kinds of really amazing things that we can do and make it accessible to everybody. You know, we're working with some people right now to figure out how to help autistic people, high functioning autistic people, get rid of all of the distractions and focus on the things that make them amazing, right? What we don't know about how they learn is extraordinary. In a generative AI system, I suspect we will learn stuff so fast. It'll be amazing. Anyway, I'll stop. But that's my 25-cent answer to your very difficult question.
So just to add to Grant's comment, so the AI system is generating text for you, it's generating images for you, soon it's going to generate 3D models for you and all kinds of other music. So that's one way to think about generative. There's another way to think about generative, which is more technical. You know, the way I understand things is I always ask, what are its synonyms and what are its antonyms? So the antonym of generative is discriminative. It has to do with how the machine learning models are trained. After lunch, we have an AI expert, Rohit, who's going to give a talk on this. He has like 20 plus years of experience and a PhD in it. And so we can revisit this. So if there are no other questions, let's break for lunch and let's come back at 12:45 Pacific time, if that's okay with everyone. We have 3 talks after lunch, and then we'll wrap. Okay. Chris, can you go next? Repeat or so hi everyone. We are back from lunch and into our final hour of the program. We have 3 speakers and then a wrap up. So our first speaker is Chris Johnson. Chris has been with us for 5-6 years, long time, amazing guy. He's often the main interface with the customers along with me. And he's gonna give a talk about all the amazing new features and a brand new product that our team has been working so hard over the last year to launch. So let me turn it over to Chris.
Thank you so much, Raj. Hi there. I think I've met most of you already, but very much appreciated for having you all here. So I'm just going to get right into it then, if that's all right. So SimInsights, the primary goal of our company is to help companies train employees using immersive AI-powered content so they can get prepared for the future of work. Okay. So since 2017, we have introduced over 10,000 people to extended reality through our dozens of project events and our software platform. We believe that simulations are a fundamentally richer source of media type than what is currently out there in comparison to text, images, and videos. And the reason why that simulations have primarily not been adopted at this point in time usually tends to come down to cost. So to combat that, we have built a no-code platform that drops the cost of simulations by 10x or more. We are driven first and foremost by equity and access being the primary drivers for what it is we are building, so that users and educators are able to use it for the purposes of learning and developing that form. So to achieve this purpose, we have developed 3 primary platforms, contents and services. So to begin with, we have Hyperscale, which is the platform that enables non-programmers to use our no-code solution to build their own content. This is done in a drag and drop system where users, without writing a single line of code, are able to create their own immersive 3D simulations. Next is our second offering of Skillful, which is primarily a content collection that is using the Hyperscale platform to build these simulations, which students are then able to use typically at the K-14 levels for career exploration and understanding what it's like a day in the life of X job. And finally, we also offer custom content development and services to create custom simulations. So by building your content on our Hyperscale solution, it is able to support a wide range of devices natively by just building it on our platform. It's able to be used cross-platform on pretty much any VR device out there, as well as function on desktop and web. We're able to integrate with any device out there as long as it's compatible with Unity, and that's usually a very quick integration for us. So all of this lets you get the maximum return on investment from your use and development of your applications, because you can be assured that whatever platform your users have available to consume it on, they would be able to do so. Now, let's switch gears and look at the kinds of training our customers are using Hyperscale for. So, to start with, we are building the metaverse for robotic skills with the ARM Institute, as well as A3 Advanced Manufacturing. They're utilizing this for robotics and utilizing it for both assessment and training of users through the process of these expensive and large machines without actually needing people to go to the manufacturing plant and demonstrate their skills or learn how to work with these robotic machines. For the Metaverse for Healthcare Skills, we're partnering with UCLA Health and UCLA School of Medicine, and they're primarily using it for demonstrating patient care, patient interviews, how to break bad news to people, as well as demonstrating donning and doffing procedures and the understanding of these processes. We're working with OMIC and ATM for the Metaverse for Machining Skills, where they're able to utilize this for virtual labs and training, as well as assessments of students going through processes and being able to work on expensive machinery and get lab work done in that lab experience without needing a teacher's aid or teacher there. So typically, students who may get maybe 2 hours a week on a machine are now able to spend as much time working on it and get the maximum return on their college learning with what it is that they're doing. We're also working with ASME in New York, and they're utilizing it for design challenges, where they have tasked students to essentially create an artificial agent to accomplish a certain task. They have 3 competitions going on, whether it's a car navigating through a racetrack that it's never seen before, where the goal is to reach the end as quickly as possible while navigating through and avoiding other vehicles. Ocean cleanup, where it's kind of find and collect the various pieces of trash within the ocean, and they need to design a robot that's able to do that within that environment. And lastly, a lunar lander, where they're able to create and design their own lander essentially and have it navigate to a target through space and environments and be measured on how efficient they are in doing so. We're also working with the automotive skills, primarily with Crane Morley, Learning D, and ITRG. They're using it for sales training, where they're leveraging it in mixed reality, where users are able to put on a mixed reality headset and be able to interact with virtual customers, practice sales techniques, and go through that, as well as demonstrate and learn about the dangers of working with electric vehicles and go through the process for typical training and repair. We are also leveraging our AI platforms of generated by AI for demonstrating legal skills, where we're partnering with various law schools where they're able to do client interviews, practice depositions, and impeachment hearings, where they're able to practice some aspect of law by just having this in there. And rather than having a one-to-many kind of interaction, which is what they're doing right now, where the teacher is serving this purpose, they're able to have that one-to-one interaction with a virtual agent, get immediate feedback and assessment based on how well they're doing with any of these processes. For semiconductor skills, we're working with Caltech, Pasadena College, USC, and several others, and they're utilizing this technology to give community colleges and students who don't have access to a multi-million-dollar lab and are able to go through the processes for lithography, practicing gowning, as well as wafer production. And they're able to go through these processes in a realistic environment, being shown that process, which otherwise they just wouldn't have access to. Okay, so all of this is what's helping us come together and inform us of what we are using for career exploration. So with all of these partners that we're working with, we're able to use this expertise and knowledge and give people the ability to spend a day in the life of any of these topics or tasks, where it can be a short 5-minute simulation where the student is going to get real world training of what is being used within the industry and have a real experience of what it's like in the day in the life of any of these skills or tasks. Okay. So yeah, all of that content collection is what we have brought together into our Skillful platform. By building this together, this ready-to-consume content is primarily offered for the K through 12 levels and lets them experience all of these at 3 different levels. Explore being used for that day in the life of I was talking about, but also at the engage level, where they're going to be able to spend 10 to 15 minutes being walked through from start to end an entire process, where it's just, this is what you would do as a regular part of your job and what that might look like from start to end. We also have the experience level, which is an assessment where you're able to demonstrate your skills without being told how to accomplish the task. And it's going to assess you on how well it is you know how to accomplish this. And you're able to demonstrate a level of competency and get feedback on maybe what you're missing or steps to move forward with your learning and where it is you can reach out going forward based off of these enterprise experiences that we built this with. So we believe that by leveraging all of this together, we're able to help companies train employees using immersive AI-powered content so they can get prepared for the future of work. So we personally believe that we are not able to, as an individual company, build all of these out. So we do rely on those partnerships with other companies and experts in their field to build this out, because I'm limited in what I can be an expert in. And it's why it's so important to us that the tool that we have built and the people that we are working with are able to, at the beginning level, help create these experiences, which we're then able to disseminate out to those who would like to consume it. And with our no-code platform of Hyperskill that all of this is built on top of, it allows the subject matter experts who don't know how to code, but do know their own process, the ability to create and share that information exactly the way that they believe it needs to be done. So primarily within our own system, what differentiates us from others is how we make our primary goal equity and access. Our goal is really to meet within these 5 unique areas where we see ourselves being different. So it's really not so much a feature battle, it is an entirely different business model that we have going forward. So because of that, we are optimized 100% to help customers maximize their benefit from extended reality through AI technologies. Everything we are doing is driven by that goal to allow users to have greater equity and access to what it is that they create on our platform. I want to conclude by emphasizing that we are optimized primarily for equity and access, and that they are driving choices in the technology we are showing, pricings, and offerings. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'm free to take them now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Any questions for Chris?
Mhm. So we are kind of the opinion that if you want to build a simulation, we will support it. Because if you have a desire to build it, we want to give you the tools to create anything that you see value in. As far as what we're seeing the availability to partner in, we really see value in anything that can reach it back out to the community, and particularly like community colleges we're seeing, and ones that can lead directly into jobs is where we are seeing the strongest partnerships that we're able to form, because then it's partnership between us, educators, and potentially, people that are hiring for that specific goal.
So just to add to Chris's comments, so we talked about construction. And in that context, we looked at ladder safety, drywall repair, myriads of topics. And there's a lot of research we can actually do on the internet. There's so much information out there on the internet. But there's still that nuance that has to come from an actual instructor who is knowledgeable about the particular course. And so we are right now actively reaching out and connecting. To give you an example, so Patricia Beckman is she runs the Interactive Media Arts program at IBC, Irvine Valley College. She was going to be here, but she couldn't be here. But she just designed a course around Hyperskill. That is going through that process of course approval. It's gone through the first couple of steps. And if we had a magic wand and we could wave it and get 10 people like Patricia talking to us, I'd wave it right now. I'd wave it again. Does that make sense? Is that...
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Chris? All right. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Thank you.
So we have our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Rohit Kumar. Rohit brings a wealth of diverse professional experiences across various industries. Since April 2021, he has been serving as the chief scientist at Major Boost, leading that company's scientific initiatives. Before this role, He founded Voice Thesis in May 2019 and played a pivotal role in its establishment. And before that, he's worked at a number of companies, including Raytheon BBN, and he has a PhD degree in language technologies, natural language processing from Carnegie Mellon. And our team has benefited from his collaboration on many occasions as we dove into the world of conversational AI. It's an extremely technical field. So please have any questions you have about how AI works or how is generative AI different from other forms of AI, he'll be able to address those. And today, the title of his talk is Preparing the Workforce for the Age of Co-Pilots. So go ahead, welcome.
Thanks, Raj. Thanks, everyone. Want to thank SimInsights and Raj for organizing this conference. It's, for me personally, it's a really great opportunity to hear perspectives that I generally don't get to hear about, like from the manufacturing point of view and from a workforce development point of view. So thank you again, Raj, for bringing us all together. I put together a few slides to share thoughts about questions that I frequently get answered, frequently get asked, or things that Raj and I have talked about in the recent past in the context of workforce development, co-pilots, generative AI. I'm just gonna share some of these thoughts, but the hope is that it will trigger some feedback to myself as well as some conversations at this meeting. So one of the questions that comes across often is, how did we get here? And thinking of it truly from the point of view of technology, specifically conversational AI. And it may seem like it's a massive leap has happened in technologies, but from my perspective, it's more like this co-evolution of applications and technologies that have been going on for at least 3 decades, and arguably going back to 80s and 70s as well. And so some of the applications were built around what was technically possible, and the technologies were evolving around the edge of what the applications wanted to build but could not do at the current time. And so we've seen these generations of it come and go. Some of the early impacts of it in the late 80s and 90s were dictation systems, specifically in the space of conversational AI, and then later on automated IVR systems that could take open-ended or word-level commands from a caller on a phone call, which disrupted, call center industry thematically. IVR industry is a huge industry that has continued to grow over the last few decades. The next big impact of these technologies that we saw in the consumer market was voice assistants through Siri in the late 2010s, and then the smart speakers from Amazon and Google and many other companies that have emerged in the last decade. Also, we saw the rise of chatbots as a primary channel for customer support and sales in some cases. So again, those were the technologies, those were the applications of the technologies that were emerging behind the scenes that were most successful or most relevant in that time. And so coming to this decade, we are starting to see this new generation of applications that are possible around the technologies that emerged in the last few years, going back 5 to 8 years, specifically chat search or conversational search like ChatGPT, and then now with co-pilots that literally every company appears to be building one of those. At Major Boost, we are a co-pilot company. We are building co-pilots to help healthcare workers, people who have to make a lot of back office calls in hospitals, clinics, and many other small businesses that exist across America to talk to insurance companies on behalf of patients. It's a routine work that consumes over $11 billion of human effort per year in the US. And we are trying to support the people who do that job by giving them co-pilots that can do parts of their job for them. For example, the tiniest part of it is, you make a call that lasts 30 minutes, 18 to 20 minutes of that call is just waiting on hold. The human being doesn't need to do that. They can do something else in that time. A machine can wait on hold for them. So some of these things, I think, it starts to hint at what I mean by copilots, and I'll define that more. I'm not going to go through the full list of the technical leaps that have happened, but it's useful to recognize the key things that have happened most recently. So we are now in this generation of these technologies that is powered by foundational models like large language models, and in general referred to as a trend generative AI. Some of the key things it enables with respect to the previous capabilities we had was we had to train previously models for each and every application, each and every task within the application that the model, that the NLP or the machine learning supported. And with this new generation, these new models are capable of performing a large number of tasks without requiring any dramatic retraining. And in fact, in some cases, no training is needed. They can do it with zero shot, like no training, and in most cases with few shots, which is what we also call as prompting now. And that changes the readiness of these conversational AI technologies to apply to a lot more applications with very low barrier to entry. You don't need as much of data. You don't need as much of high-skilled workers creating these models in order to leverage the AI capabilities that are encapsulated inside these large language models. So one of the questions that I get asked is, what does building a product with these technologies look like? And it's a whole range of options that are presented to you even with this current generation in order to succeed with this product. And you have to make the choice on how deep do you want to go with these technologies. For many applications, it's sufficient to take a model that is commercially available from OpenAI or Google, and just use their API and do some minor customization like prompting in order to have it behave the way you would like it to behave. And that can power a lot of applications today. But to go deeper, there is a range of prompting techniques that start to become relevant, at which point you might start to do chaining of prompts, and there's all kinds of exotic prompts that keep emerging. And I think prompting is still relatively very low barrier to entry technique. And then there's a range of techniques that have continued to emerge over the last year. Few that I would mention here are fine-tuning or choosing to completely retrain the foundational model for your own data set. That's powerful and relevant if you're really serious about building products that support the user, support the application at a very high degree of performance over prompting. But it also comes with a great degree of cost. Fine-tuning requires a lot of data, comparable data to what it used to be needed in the pre-generative AI world when we were doing supervised learning. But it does come with its own benefits, especially if you're working in an application domain that is relatively exotic. It's not something that lots of knowledge about it exists on the web already. That's kind of where you would start to see a lot of benefit from fine-tuning. But fine-tuning has its own pitfalls. A lot more cost, lots more experimentation is needed, and a bigger amount of data to go into it. And then, the lowest tier of this that exists currently is what is called as preference optimization. Very, very few applications should need to do this at the current moment. This is like the most advanced approach to further customizing the foundational models by giving them some feedback about what do your users prefer over others. So if you're training another chat GPT or another model at the scale of Google, or maybe if you're training a model to emulate a doctor, like an advanced, like an expert level doctor to give diagnosis based on inputs from the patient. That's kind of where a preference optimization type of technique would be beneficial. But for most applications, you should not need to go to that level. And I think the key takeaway from this is even within the generative AI space, there is a range of techniques, range of options available to people, to the builders who are using these techniques today. And it's useful to be aware of the trade-offs that come with each of these techniques and not dive in at the deepest end from the get-go. You can achieve a lot with just the higher levels of these technologies that are available today. Switching gears a little bit away from the technologies themselves, talking about co-pilots. This is something Raj mentioned that for this audience, talking about how this affects the workforce, and it helped me collect some of the thoughts that I've had and conversations I've had with major Boost customers as well as with SimInsights folks. So one of the things that's imminently clear at this moment is everybody is going to have assistance of some kind through AI, especially what people who you might refer to as knowledge workers or information workers, or anybody who's doing really desk work. There's just a number of companies that are popping up in the space who want to build assistance for every little function that exists today in the modern industry. They are being created. That's what we really call as co-pilots today. So at the surface level, we're already seeing a lot of action in the software development space, graphics design, copywriting, video editing. So there's a lot of, but then call center workers, medical assistants, co-pilots for every kind of domain are emerging today. And I want to give a shout out to this program from DARPA that was started in 2015 called Communicating with Computers. And they really offered the visionary leadership, maybe not even seeing what is possible today, but at least showing us glimpses or dreams of what could be done. And that really set off this chain reaction that brings us to today of creating these GPT-grade models. Some of the underlying technologies were starting to emerge, so DARPA could see where it would go. But that program really got the tech industry moving in this direction. The lab first, and then the big companies later. And going to the original vision of this program, I think it's really useful to think about these assistants as labor augmentation and not as labor replacement. And I think that's a core element of popular conversation, anxieties, and misconception that exists today. These machines are not replacing human beings today or anytime soon. Their capability is really in the space of augmentation. That's what they can do. The human will stay in the loop. The worker will stay in the loop. You have to provide guidance to the systems. Somebody still has to ask the right questions. And that should help us alleviate this concern about replacement of workers. It really is an augmentation. One way to think about it, that there's a couple of different people have talked about this, but there's an article about it, is infinite interns. Like, imagine you had infinite interns. Infinite interns doesn't replace you. In fact, in many ways, you're doing more work with infinite interns. So that's kind of where this technology brings us to today. We're fortunate that a year has gone by since ChatGPT came out, and the hype is settling down, and some elements of realism is starting to emerge. And that is reflected in studies that are starting to come out now, which shows realistic measures of what this technology can achieve today and in the near future. Two of the papers that are cited here, I particularly enjoyed the results and the methodologies that were used there. To summarize the key findings, one of the key elements that people need to understand is the productivity gains or the ROIs or the improvements in performance metrics are in the range of tens of percentages. They're not in the range of 2xing, 3xing, or 10xing a human capability. In real use, this is, you could expect 25, 30% of improvement in performance. And that's a big improvement. We should not underwrite that or dismiss that. But that's where we should expect these technologies to have. They grow business metrics, performance metrics by about that much. And that's an expectation to have. That range of not replacing human beings, but only amplifying human beings. They're amplifying the current workers. We also know from these studies that the workers who are in the bottom half of the skill levels, they benefit a lot more than workers who are already high performers. It's not that the high performers don't benefit from it at all, but the degree of benefit they see is much smaller, less than 10% compared to workers in the bottom half of the skill levels. And so in some ways, it's a great leveler. It elevates the mean, elevates the average performance of the worker. There are a few other insights from these studies that are not mentioned here. I'll mention quickly. You should expect successful adoption, to successfully see these outcomes to emerge in an organization that is deploying copilots. It takes about 3 to 6 months to start seeing those metrics. It doesn't happen on day zero for most applications. It takes a little while. Giving your workers the right training makes a big difference in getting to these metrics. And then one of the other very interesting findings from one of these studies was people who start out with these copilots versus people who were already doing this job, and then they were introduced to copilots with some training. People who start out with the copilots with the right training, they seem to overshoot the people who've been doing this work for a while and then have been introduced to copilots. So that's a very interesting finding. You still have to see how that norms into the workforce over time. And finally, from my own personal experience and Major Boost's experience with customers, there is a tendency to expect ROI or savings on day zero through application of these copilot technologies or within a short time. And I think the benefits of it are overlooking. Thinking of it in that framework really overlooks the real benefits of it. There is benefits to the employee experience, employee retention, which are not quickly captured in the ROI metrics. And then finally, your customer experience, your end customer or end user experience is also elevated. And we know this from other examples of deployment of advanced technologies that have happened over the last decade or previously. So some elements of what does the age of copilots look like? There's going to be an assistant for every knowledge worker. There's lots of work being done. The knowledge worker, the worker still remains in the loop. They're being augmented by this technology, not being replaced by this technology. And the expectation around what this achieves should be in that range. It should not be overblown as it appears to be done in media at the moment. These technologies are not going to suddenly unlock 1000x performance of human beings or 100x performance of human beings. We are talking 20, 30, 40, 50% of improvement in metrics with the right kind of onboarding, training, adoption cycles. Finally, I want to make some comments about, and I think this is where I think it starts to being a lot more of my personal opinion and a lot more of the previous stuff is factual based on current data that is available to us. I think, as we've already mentioned, there is a change in the workforce, in the work environment through the emergence of these co-pilots. Managing that change, managing the anxieties that come with that change, as we have done with the digital transformation and other generations of technologies that have come around, is necessary. It's necessary to understand and promote thinking about the capabilities and limitations of these technologies in realistic terms, so that these anxieties and fears are elevated. They don't continue to affect the workforce in the way that it appears to be doing in some circles at the moment. They're again it's not realistic to expect replacement of human beings at the current moment for these knowledge working functions. I think a new type of training will start to emerge now. We could call that AI literacy, just like there was digital literacy over the last few decades. And I think AI literacy doesn't have to go to the level of understanding how these models work. We don't need to think of it in terms of probability or machine learning, but it is useful to understand how to control these models. How do we understand that this machine is making a mistake now? Know that this thing is look for the indicators of something is going wrong. I'm going to change my input. I'm going to ask the question in a different way, or not deviate from what we are even trying to achieve. And finally, I think new norms will emerge. So all these comments really apply in the short term. In a year or two, we'll really see this age of copilots set in. But longer term, even within each function, there will be multiple copilots available. If you're a graphics designer, you'll have a dozen copilots for graphic design. And we'll see a consolidation in that industry, in that particular sub-industry, and the best copilot will continue to, best one or two will continue to survive and become the standard for that industry. So wait for that to happen, or look out for that to happen, and then apply that in your specific workforce. Market forces will readjust a little bit around how to value the labor around these new tools. As new tools emerge, generally the labor is also valued more with the emergence of those tools, especially the labor that can use the tools correctly. So develop the labor workforce around these emerging and balancing market forces. Regulations are still in play, especially in certain industries like security. You'll see a lot more of these co-pilots working with human beings, forced through regulation. And then I personally have an hypothesis that in a world where co-pilots can make anybody a average or above average generalist, specialists will have an advantage. Specialists within their functions who are also working with co-pilots, but there will be specialists who will emerge in each function who will outperform generalists working with co-pilots. And that will be an edge that the workforce should try to develop. And finally, I read this comment very recently. First, we build the tools to fit the work, and then we change the work to fit the tools. And there's compounding of co-pilots and their effects over the next decade or so, where co-pilots will become a core part of work and the work will evolve around co-pilots. That to me is very interesting. And I think that's kind of where we start to unlock these 10x, 2x, 5x, 10x type of benefits of this technology. So it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a while for the industry to reform itself around these co-pilots. Thank you again for the opportunity, Raj and SimInsights. I'm happy to take any questions. And I do want to add a disclaimer that most of the comments, especially on this last slide, are things that are still happening. We don't know for a fact that this will play out. This is my personal take on what's best and what will happen. And there's bunch of facts that are supporting this at the current moment, but it is an extrapolation from those facts.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Let's see if there are any questions for Rohit.
Yeah, this is a great presentation, very interesting, and shows all the possibilities and promise of AI. My question will pivot a little bit different, and just if you could just touch on a few points. What are maybe some of the downsides or dangers of AI that could be forthcoming, like someone using it for nefarious purposes or for hacking or things like that? What can be put in place to help maybe mitigate or prevent things like that from happening?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to comment too much on that. I'm not a particular expert in security and areas of that nature, but I think it is essential, from my point of view, it is essential to not overcorrect for those possibilities. Yes, that is completely possible. There are certain risks that are more high frequency, like the machine makes an error and the human being does not check for that error, and that error percolates through a system. We write a document, we draft a policy, we make a decision, and the person who's making the decision in assistance with the machine may overlook an error that the machine made, and the person who's affected by that error is not the person who's making the decision. And I would worry about those kinds of instances, for example, and that happens today. People get denied credit lines, people get denied mortgages because of a combination of a model's error and a human being choosing to not correct for the model's error. And I think that type of error limits or affects our ability to continue to have equity. I think there are other types of risks that do exist, like people using these technologies to accelerate their ability to hack existing systems, for creating new technologies, new techniques for hacking, including hacking the large language foundational models that are powering these systems by, for example, you could imagine a large scale effort to pump data onto the web that poisons the entire model over time in certain applications. And then somebody uses the model that is trained on this poison data, and it generates things that are inadvertently being controlled by the person who or the organizations that poisoned the data set. And so we know there are efforts in play from the infrastructure companies today to build safety into the training data, being authenticity and validity, checking verification of the data sources. But again, these models, it's an inherent problem into how these models work. We train them on such massive amounts of data that controlling for that it works because it is difficult to control for the data that goes in. Not unlike how other social systems exist, like Twitter and Facebook today. They get abused by people, large swaths of people forcing certain rhetorics through the system. And so there are absolutely risks. I think the risks and their sizes will emerge in more accuracy over time. And I believe there are experts out there watching out for those things and correcting for it. Does that mean there will be no mistakes? I don't think so, but I think we will learn from the mistakes that the industry will make.
Thank you, Rohit. I thought that the research that you cited, where people who start with Copilot, they keep growing and outperform the previous existing experts who then embrace Copilot. It's really interesting. The fact that the bottom half is gaining a lot, the top half makes sense, but these are things that are good news for the workforce community in general. So
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe there is an opportunity now to start thinking about how do we train at least certain types of workforce to make the best of these co-pilots as they start emerging.
great point. If there are no other questions, thank you once again, Rohit. So our next and final speaker is Dr. Yutian Ren. He's a postdoc at Cal IT2. He's going to present work that he's been doing with his advisor, Professor G.P. Lee, who is the director at Cal IT2. And the title of his talk is Intelligent Cyber Manufacturing Empowered by Adaptive AI and Digital Twin. So it sounds like Copilot plus Digital Twin.
Sharing. Okay, I think this looks good. Okay, all right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yutian Ren. I'm a postdoc here at California Institute for Telecommunications and Information Technology at UCI. Thank you, Raj, for this invite, and it's a great honor to be here on behalf of Professor G.P. Lee, who is the director of KIT2 at UCI, to talk about our research initiative recently about a cyber manufacturing platform by using the adaptive AI and also digital twin technologies. So in this talk, I will first give you a introduction of this cyber manufacturing platform with the adaptive AI. Then I will talk about how this cyber manufacturing technology can be used for the workforce development and also for the digital twins. So the AI we talk about here is the real-time machine learning models that can be used in manufacturing to generate the actionable intelligence in real time for the manufacturing on-site workers. So some of these examples can be like some machine learning models for machine running status monitoring, like anomaly detections, process optimizations, and predictive maintenance. So this kind of real-time AI applications in manufacturing has some unique features and also some unique challenges that are different from those general purpose AI. So if we think about the AI application in the cyber physical system, which basically manufacturing is a type of cyber physical system. So there are always rich contexts that we can leverage in the AI development. Think about in manufacturing, if the operator is going to use a machine, there's always a standard operating procedure telling the operator how to use the machine. There's always this kind of domain knowledge existing in this specialized domain that people can leverage to develop this kind of AI application. So this contextual information can really help the AI development in this specialized domain to be a little bit different that I will talk about later. So the next thing about AI in cyber physical system is that we are always dealing with dynamic environment. This is different from those standalone AI models. So if you think about like an AI enhanced photo editor, when you upload a photo, then the app gonna do this editing once. This is basically a static AI application, but in this kind of real world dynamic environment, we're always receiving time series data from those IoT sensors. And there's a potential challenge. That is, if you think about this dynamic environment, the real deployment scenario gonna be ever changing and different from the data set that you use to train the machine learning model. In this way, there's always this so-called data distribution shift problem that can make your deployed model become less effective and less accurate gradually if you have no way to fine-tune and retrain the machine learning models. But as we can expect that in manufacturing, there are so many manufacturers, so many manufacturing sectors, or even inside a single manufacturer, there are so many use cases. So if we want to develop a AI for each use case, that's going to be a lot of efforts and need a lot of such high quality data set to train the AI models. So when we talk about manufacturers, the first question that we will ask is always, what is the cost to bring this AI system to my site? Do I need to hire a data science team? Do I need to hire a IT team to manage and maintain these AI services? So given these challenges, this is our proposal. We want to propose this so-called ASAP solution that is affordable, scalable, actionable, and portable cyber manufacturing solution, really utilizing the consumer grade hardware so that this hardware level is not that expensive. And also our system is able to adapt to the local dynamic environment. And this way, there are less needs for IT expertise to help maintain the systems. Also, this system gonna be used as a personalized solution, centralized for workers, because AI finally is going to deliver intelligence, actionable intelligence to upskill workers' scalabilities, right? So overall, these are the background about our cyber manufacturing initiative. And here we propose a blueprint for a future intelligent cyber manufacturing platform. This is a two-level architecture. One level is a intra-factory cyber manufacturing portal at the edge inside each manufacturer. The other level is a inter-factory cyber manufacturing portal. So for the intra-factory at the edge, we instrument a lot of sensors with all this kind of edge intelligence devices. And we develop our a technology, so-called interactive causality algorithm, that can adapt the machine learning models at the edge to the local environment without the need of additional human labeling efforts. So in this way, the intelligence really comes to the worker and to enhance workers' capabilities. So the other level is the inter-factory cyber manufacturing portal. So we propose this public information hub that can be used to share information regarding sustainability or the supply chains. So we know that always people have concerns about sharing data, has concerns about data privacy. But because these topics of sustainability and also for the supply chain are of common interest and can benefit the community, so we are developing these technologies for all the manufacturers to safely share this information for the better community. Okay, so here's a specific example that we developed in partnership with one of the Manufacturing USA Institute, SESMI. In this project, we developed this so-called interactive causality engine that leverage the existing domain knowledge, such as the standard operating procedure, to understand the worker-machine interaction in a semiconductor fabrication facility. So with this interactive causality algorithm, the machine learning models now can really adapt and evolve by itself by improving its detection accuracy. So inside this system, we can to understand the worker-machine interaction, we can actually see this interaction from two viewpoints. One is people, the other is machine. So because of this kind of correlation and the causality within this interaction, as we can see here, we're able to achieve a machine learning model accuracy improvement after the model is deployed to the site without any additional human efforts. Then, for the machine side, we can analyze the machine's responses in the format of power consumptions for some applications like predictive maintenance. So these are really the actionable intelligence that can enhance the on-site workers to help their decision making. So to further demonstrate and develop this interactive causality engine and also the cyber manufacturing blueprint, we have started this project called Cyber Makerspace. So we choose Makerspace because Makerspace is a major driving force for the nationwide to bring manufacturing back to the students and spark students' interest in manufacturing. And we can think of Makerspace like a small machine shop with the necessary tools such as CNCs or 3D printers or collaborative robots for the people or students to prototype their idea. So at KIT2 UCI, we have established this makerspace, but with our cyber technology. Now we envision this makerspace to become the cyber makerspace. We have heavily instrumented all the IoT sensors and edge computing devices for each tool and the entire lab environment. We have also established this a scalable software system that can stream all the IoT sensors, visualize, and integrate the machine learning applications, and also the interactive causalities, right? We hope this site can be used for a playground for students from various backgrounds, not only students from manufacturing or mechanical engineering, but also electrical and computer science. They can work together here to develop this future manufacturing, future cyber manufacturing technology. Because one important thing that we envision is that in the future, each person in the manufacturing site need to get used to their role in this kind of cyber manufacturing or AI application development. One example is, well, people may think the manufacturing operators are not very relevant to the AI development. But actually, if a data science team need to develop some AI application for a specific process or a specific machine, those operators, those manufacturing operators are actually the domain expert. They own the knowledge inside their mind, and they also need to participate in this AI development. So in this playground, we want students to get this kind of training and get used to this kind of workflow for the future. So also we are developing this cyber manufacturing application starting from a single machine to the interactive causality for cross-machine, cross-process, or even cross-manufacturers. We also partner with SimInsights to develop this actionable intelligence-enhanced next-generation user interface. Think about once the machine learning models come up with this intelligence, how do people of each different roles or different functions to understand this intelligence and take actions? Just like in manufacturing, we have many these types of stakeholders, operators, or equipment engineers, or environmental health or safety or data scientists, they have their own concerns regarding a single machine or single process. So basically, they speak different language. So how to use this this generation's large language model to make a uniform interface for these stakeholders and let them understand what actions I'm going to take in combination with the virtual realities. So now, think about if we can feed the real-time sensor data and those intelligence into the virtual reality. This virtual reality really become a mixed reality, but this mix is about a combination of the real-world signals and also the information coming from the virtual world. In this way, with the ability of our adaptive machine learning, the worker training materials in the VR environment can always be updated autonomously with the latest information coming from the true manufacturing site or the true machines. So this is basically the cyber manufacturing efforts that KLIT2 is recently pushing forward. We also partner with Raj so to develop this solution. And I will stop here. We always welcome collaborations and thank you. So I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much. That was really amazing. I've known about GP's vision for 4 years, 4 or 5 years. And I know that it's such a big vision that there are people out there who don't think it can be done. So it's just in our company, we go against the same kind of thing. So I really have deep respect for him pursuing vision big enough. You can see how transformative it can be. So at the level of a factory, they are trying to create an all-knowing system that knows everything, but not just knows it like things in a database, but really deeply understands it to the point where it can teach the future workers and catch a mistake. And there are other labs doing stuff like this, but they are looking at just computer vision, whereas here they're looking at all sorts of signals, not just computer vision. So thank you for sharing. Any questions for Yu-Chin?
Yes, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you.
Please continue.
Yes, so no, just to bring up the semiconductors, because we have the a semiconductor facility at UCI called Integrated Nano System Research Facility. So initially, we were trying to prototype our system inside this NRF, inside the semiconductor facilities. But usually, as we can feel, semiconductor is always, it's sort of invisible to general public. So now we decide to use a more acceptable concept, makerspace, that everyone can get involved, or just like the garage at your home. So students can get involved in this kind of application development and also receive the training. Or like even computer science students can get the training of some basic manufacturing knowledge so that we can spark their interest. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So now it's time for our wrap-up talk. So I have just a few comments here that I would like to share. So thank you to everyone participating on Zoom and here. We successfully brought together people from diverse backgrounds, the workforce, academia, researchers, into one room and got to talk about what's happening in Pittsburgh, in Oregon, in Washington, D.C., in workforce skills validation or skills training or skills assessment, measurement, all in the context of cutting edge technologies, mixed reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, co-pilots, digital twins. So I would like to just talk through each of these speakers and kind of hit on the main point. So we heard from Dr. Angelo Farouk, who's the chairman of the California Workforce Development Board, on how the workforce system is working, what's happening on the budget side at the state level, his views on technology. Then we heard from Chief Workforce Officer at ARM, Lisa Masciantonio, on the work that they have done with us in virtual reality from the assessment point of view. But that's really just one of many projects, and that sparked so many questions. We couldn't accommodate all the questions, but I already received some requests to connect people with Lisa, which I've happily done. And that's the kind of outcome we were hoping to get, that people actually connect with people and 1 + 1 becomes greater than 2. We also heard from Tara about her work on skills validation, where she talked about what has been done with Multi-Lane and Tailspin, and what the feedback from users has been, and what they are doing to address it with our company using AI, as well as with a couple of other approaches that don't even require a user to perform a task. They just look at the documents and the AI kind of reads the document. That's kind of what they're exploring. It's very interesting. Then we heard from Annalisa Loop, who is an entrepreneur in our region, also chair of the workforce board, on how she can help organizations on the grant and funding side. Dr. Uwe Schramm talked about his decades-long career in digital twins, first for product development, and then how he sees our work in the context of workforce development. So basically these training simulations, they are digital twins of the facilities, the equipment, and now of the instructors to some extent. And then we had Grant Kirby from Oregon talk about his work in the area of machining and advanced manufacturing, but with particular emphasis on motivation and interest, the use of generative AI, and emphasizing how cost has to be dropped through reuse of assets. Then Chris Johnson presented the applications of AR, VR, and AI technologies through our products and services and the different customers we are serving across legal and healthcare and advanced manufacturing and automotive and other areas. And then we had Dr. Rohit Kumar talk about preparing the workforce in the age of co-pilots. It's made some very interesting points about the fears about how AI is going to take all the jobs, not really, and what we can expect, like 20-30% productivity boost, and how that's going to primarily help the lower performing or beginner workers rather than the expert workers. Some really interesting thoughts that in one-on-one setting, it's great to hear it from an expert, because social media and news is so much full of like terrifying future projections and Terminator kind of stuff. And then we had a talk just now with Dr. Yutian Ren, who works with GP Lee, on what their vision is for cyber manufacturing, how they want to infuse these maker spaces with a layer of intelligence that just gets better and better with every day, every week, every month of data that's collecting, a really unique concept. So thank you to all these presenters. Their time is extremely valuable, and thank you all for taking the time to share your expertise with us and answer the questions and help us all get a little bit smarter. Thanks also to the UCI COPE staff for the space and the catering. And last but not least, thank you to my amazing team and Dr. Schramm for making all this amazing work happen over the years. Now we have something to talk about. And with that, I would like to just say thank you once again to everyone for participating in this inaugural event. I'm very encouraged by this. I think that if you do a good job of promoting the event for next year, we could probably fill that big conference room up front, the beach. If you invite people from SoCal or more broadly, I think some of those people in the Zoom, they would love to fly down to beautiful Southern California in December. So thank you once again. If you have any questions or comments, we are around here. We can engage in more discussions. Have a good day.